so weird having grip again.
Yeah. We're back up to P20. I've made the fatal mistake of saving the first half of the replay. But it's going to take forever. Should have done that in the break. Apologies to those who are watching. You now get to watch it while it says saving replay. This may take a while. Last time on Sebring 12 hours. Feel like this might have been a mistake. It is saving it. Slowly. Well, tonight on THR Gear, Nick saved the replay halfway through the race and forgot that this takes forever. so everyone, so all 5 viewers are enjoying the save the replay screen. Liam, are you live streaming your rallying? Amazing. I'm not going to watch it. Smooth jazz plays. Yeah, I need some smooth jazz.
Need to do the Radio Le Mans thing and play the cult.
I do, yeah. that can be done. Well, I know, because it will give me a DMC strike, so I definitely can't actually do that. I was about to. Oh, no. That is gonna give me.
It's so funny to me that of all of the bands, all of the songs they choose the cult.
Yeah.
She Sells Sanctuary.
It's a great track, though.
It is. It's such a good song. It's just I'm like I want to know how many people like actually know what this song is and who this band is.
Liam says thank you for your support. I can't watch your live stream, Liam. I'm doing my own live stream. After breaking my MacBook, I don't have enough devices. Oh, come on, stop saving the replay. Just get on with it. We're up to 9 gigs. Oh, I should have done this at hour 3. Should do it in 3-hour chunks. That would have been a much more clever idea. What's the status of the races? We can't see. Brandon, all going well?
Yes, we are currently P20. Just turning laps. Car feels great. Found another little pocket for me to sit in.
Excellent.
I got the 12th place Porsche ahead of me, and they are slowly pulling a gap to me. And then the car behind is 12 seconds back. So I've got a nice rabbit to chase in front and plenty of room behind.
Cool. I'm just going on mute because there's some very excited guinea pigs. Amazing. It then errored and didn't save the replay anyway. So there we go. God damn it. This is why, because my I run iRacing off my SSD, and but it's not very big, and obviously iRacing, being the slightly irritating piece of software that it is at times, doesn't let you specify a directory to save replays to. So it just fills up my SSD rather than it won't let me point it at the 1 terabyte normal drive I've also got in my PC. And it's really irritating. Oh well.
At least you can just cut and paste.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. That's why I was saving it halfway through. I was like, I'll save half the replay and move it across. But yeah, it failed to save it because I think it ran out of space. So I will... later on I'll just save an hour and stick that in the folder. At least then I could get some pictures for the gram. But we've lost all our viewers because they were bored of watching the replay save screen. But we're back in action. We've got live footage of Brandon lapping a 2034. It's a good lap.
This one will not be so good because I accidentally mounted the curb at Le Mans, and that upset the car. It did not appreciate going over the curb.
It's the S's before Le Mans. It's the first.
Yes.
It's the first right. If you get up on the curb, on the outside of that, that's the one that spat both me and Liam off into the wall.
Ah, yeah.
Liam slid over it sideways and it fired him off, and I just approached it at an odd angle because I was passing someone, and it just fed me to the wall demons immediately. How many cars we've got running? I think maybe 33 still running out of 50. It's been a pretty high attrition rate so far. We're just over halfway.
It usually is for Sebring. It's a pretty unforgiving race.
It's also, this time slot's always, although it's the most popular time slot, people still have the ability to go, oh damn it, quit, and then go and do the next one.
Yeah.
Because there's one more, like the 6 PM, I think, our time.
Yes.
Oh, there's only two of us on the same lap now, that's us and the potatoes. think our pace with Potato Nation is so close that it's going to come down to who stops the least times between now and the flag. Like if one of us manages to have one stop less, that'd be the one that comes out on top. .209, nice.
Yeah, now that the track has cooled down considerably, it's a lot easier to drive.
Yeah, we're down at 35 degrees now. In sim time it is 20 to 5 in the evening, so should get a bit more of a drop over the next hour. Got the leaders lapped everyone up to 5th.
Not surprising. They're probably right on the cutoff point of the next split up.
Yeah. Also, I think there's been quite a few incidents, like Sunday Drivers, we were racing against them earlier in the race. And they're P5 now. And they're 1 lap down. Just up to P8 are up 1 lap down, then P9 through to P12 are 2 laps down, P13, 14 are 3 laps down, P15 4 laps, 16, 17, 18 6 laps, then 19 and 20, which is us, are 7 laps. So there's a few that are only a couple of laps ahead of us. So there's still a lot to play for.
Oh, absolutely. There's still 5 hours of racing left.
Indeed. As Glyn pointed out, yeah, we've dropped 1 lap an hour, which, when you think about it, isn't horrific.
No, that's not bad. I think that's about as close as you can possibly get to the wall without touching it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to try and get any closer.
Yeah.
I turned in and I was like, oh, this looks good. And then I got right up to the wall and I was like, uh-oh. I was just waiting for the scraping noise.
The little blue scuff mark on the apex.
Yeah. I was like, wow, I turned in really well for that corner. And I was like, maybe too well. Nope. All skill.
Nice consistency. No, be right back.
Okay.
I'm back. Mrs. Horn's cooking me some pasta. It smells amazing. Oh, cheers, Glenn. You saying you're off? Cheers for joining the stream and congrats on being a moderator. Not that you've got much to moderate, but I thought it was a nice thank you for always being in the chat. I really need to do some A-class racing or hot lapping or something, because a couple of times I've had enough safety rating to be A, but I've never done the racing to qualify. Not that it really matters. Do you need to be A-class to race the LMDH? You don't, do you?
No. No, all you need is to be able to race in the IMSA sessions or the European sprint/endurance series. So as long as you meet the qualifications for those, i.e., you have the series, you qualify for the series, you have the cars and the tracks, then you will be able to race in the LMDH.
Oh, I don't think that's going to be a go, I think.
It's fun. It's I will say that it's really weird. It's really finicky under braking because the hybrid system is on the rear wheels.
Ah, okay. So you kind of got to manage the extra oomph occasionally.
Well, it charges off the braking of the rear wheels. So it's real easy to lock the rear brakes up.
Ah, okay.
So it just takes a little getting used to. But once you've figured out like how you're able to attack the brake pedal, the car is real intuitive to drive. Like I said, it's got tons of downforce because it's a prototype, but it's also got tons of like just grip. Like you can just throw the car through corners. It's insane.
Yeah, it sounds fun. Definitely give that a go.
And the hybrid system's super simple. It's basically just on. You don't have to worry about like micromanaging it like in the old LMP ones. It's got like a balanced deploy mode. It's got like an attack deploy mode, a charge deploy mode, and then there's a quali mode that you can use for qualifying.
That's one of the things that always puts me off about the sort of the F1 cars and stuff. Is I don't have I don't have much sim racing time, so it's to learn how all that stuff works. I just don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. When we start getting into like having to constantly adjust certain things like brake bias and hybrid deploy levels, that starts getting a little over my pay grade. I just like hitting the loud pedal and turning the big steering wheel thing.
Yeah, exactly that.
So at first I was a little bit wary of doing like high-end prototype racing because I was like, I'm not sure if I have the mental capacity to keep up with everything you need to keep up with. But the LMDH is, like I said, it's super intuitive. There's not a whole lot to understand. It's basically just a P2 on steroids.
Right, I'm definitely giving it a go then.
Yeah, I love it. I run the 6-hour races, the EES, with a friend of mine. He really wanted to do a lot of racing in it, and so he and I pair up whenever we are free on the weekends and run the 6-hour races.
Just if you hear any weird noises, it's because I'm chomping away from my pasta. Got to get those carbs in before a double stint. 9 laps to go.
Copy that.
Oh yeah, cheers Liam. Top 20 dream is on. Well, the potatoes are in the pits. How was your rally, Liam? Did it go alright? The Audi in front's got a hilarious livery with a German number plate on the front of it. I'll have to see if I can find it, but a good few years ago now, so in the UK we have the John Cooper Works Mini Challenge, which supports the British touring car now, but it's the current gen minis with big wings and massive sort of skirts. Well, yeah, they got a bit of a body kit and stuff on them. But there was, I'm distracted here. There was a guy who basically made his road legal. Even though they didn't have headlights, because technically in the UK you can have a car with no headlights if you have a daylight only sort of roadworthiness test. Anyway, there's a great photograph of it on the motorway being flanked by 2 standard minis, and it's absolutely amazing to see like a fully prepped race car running on the road.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah. I think like the US, we're quite lucky here that our road legislation, that while is pretty good for safety, it's pretty lenient for modifications. I look at like a lot of Europe, like the French and stuff, they're so limited on what they can do to their cars.
Yeah, and the confusing shit about the United States is that it's like it's based on which state you live in.
Oh,
so
yeah.
one state's laws are different from another state's laws. So if you happen to like cross state lines for like work or something, you in theory could get pulled over by a police officer. Like if you have window tinting, you could get pulled over by a police officer in a different state that has different laws on window tinting.
Oh, that's mad. Yeah.
it's kind of frustrating. Also, the laws change periodically, so that's also frustrating. um, the first car I owned was an '02, I think, Nissan Sentra. Uh, and we bought it used, and it had some like really dark tinting on the rear windscreen, and it passed inspection. The first couple years I had it, and then all of a sudden, like it wouldn't pass inspection with the rear tinting. The guy who did the inspection was like, "Yeah, it's illegal now," and I was like, "What?"
God. I went to
So had to get it removed.
I went to a car meet with a bunch of friends a couple of years ago, and one of the girls I know has a Mini with fairly extremely tinted windows that were beyond what UK law allows. They made her peel them off the windows in the car park.
That's ridiculous.
Well, one of the American YouTubers I watched is having real problems. They had a pickup truck that was a family-owned vehicle. He took it back, restored it, but I think it was New Hampshire. The pickup was from originally, and then they live in Arizona and have had real problems getting it transferred to an Arizona plate. So currently, even though it's been fixed and roadworthy for like 6 months, it's just sat around not doing anything because they can't get it licensed in the state or something. I'm not quite sure exactly what it was, but she was saying that it's been a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely a pain to get the license and registration stuff shifted over. Because it's like I said, it's different states DMVs, and they all work in different and incredibly bureaucratic ways.
Yeah, I think we have to be thankful in the UK we only have one licensing authority to deal with the cars. I mean, they are rubbish and they're a pain in the rear end, but at least there's only one of them.
Yeah, it's better to have one problem than a lot of problems.
Yeah. Yeah, Glyn says sums the DVL up perfectly. Yeah, Department for Vehicle and Licensing Authority. They are an absolute pain in the backside. Worst thing is they never have someone to talk to. You have a problem, and they're always funneling you through various automation processes, which I shouldn't moan about because that's what I do for work. and sell sort of automation processes and AI and stuff. But honestly, the DVLA is the worst. Like, I just want to talk to someone to fix a problem, and they're like, nope.
Yeah.
Send an email. I've sent an email. I sound like an old man shouting at the sky, but I miss the days where you just went into a post office and said, can I have a license disc for my car? Here's my money. Here's my paperwork. Thank you for my disc. I'm good to go. And off you go.
Yeah, I think in some cases, I think it feels like it's deliberately designed to be confusing.
Well, the ironic thing is the UK licensing agency, the DVLA, are heavily automated, but apparently they make a loss. So because we have to pay what we call road fund license, which is basically every year you have to tax your vehicle, and it's a sliding scale based on various things depending on the age of the vehicle and emissions and whatnot. So my RX-8, for instance, is £600 a year licence fee. But apparently, even despite all that, the DVLA loses money because the admin is so atrociously managed that all of the millions of pounds that come in for the licensing thing disappears down a black hole of bureaucracy. It's bonkers.
Democracy is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, right. I reckon I spend more money on vehicle licensing than I do on the mortgage on our house. Every month. That's ridiculous.
Oops.
It's alright, just checking the grass. Looks good.
Come on, get back on the pavement. There we go.
Yeah, the DRS sign's still there. Well checked. Yeah, 4 4 laps to go. But yeah, on the plus side, like the French can't have bigger wheels than it left the factory with, and all sorts of strange regulations.
Yeah, it can always be worse.
Yeah, it could definitely always be worse. Then you have fuel tax, that's even worse. Like here we get, like you buy your fuel, on top of that they add fuel duty, which is a tax, and I can't remember how much it is, but it's like 20.
No, we have gas tax here too.
Yeah, and then they charge you sales tax on top of that. So then you're paying a tax on the tax that you've just paid on the first bit. It's like, oh my god.
Thankfully, I think the gas. I think because gas is taxed, I don't think there's. I don't think there's sales tax involved when you buy gas. I think it's just the gas tax. But what's interesting is gas tax is also controlled by the states. So, like in North Carolina, we have a high gas tax and a relatively low real estate tax. In South Carolina, they have a relatively high real estate tax, but very cheap gas.
So I guess depending on how much mileage you do, depends on where you'd prefer to live.
Yeah, and since I live near Charlotte's right, not too far away from the state line. Some people who basically live in a county that's like right at the state line between North and South Carolina will oftentimes just drive to South Carolina to get gas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see the differences in the states and how they handle like what they tax, because it's at that point it's all a political thing.
Yeah.
It's how they curry votes.
And it's different state to state about self-service and attendance service, right? For fuel.
I don't know. I've only ever lived in North Carolina, and I've never lived in a place where someone has offered to pump gas for me. It's always been self-serve.
So I visited Washington, so Maryland, a long time ago now. I mean, oh god,
Yeah.
That was 20 odd years ago. And yeah, I went to fill up the car there, and the guy got really cross with me for picking up the pump, and I was like, whoa, I'm English, I'm sorry.
That's interesting. I did not know that. I've only been to DC a couple times, and it was only temporarily, and I didn't drive there, so I did not know that. It's very interesting. I'll have to ask my friend. I think he lives in Maryland, if he pumps his gas or not.
Two to go.
Copy that.
And we are P19.
Nice.
I think, yeah, the potatoes have stopped again. We're alternating pit stops with the potatoes.
Oh, that's right.
Glidden, the pasta was nice. Cheers for asking. Expertly cooked by Mrs. Horn. It was vegetable, pasta, with cheese and olives. Track temp's down to 32 degrees now. Positively chilly compared to earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Might need to get the tire warmers out.
So Glyn says in chat, even on the American military base in Kuwait, they had pump attendees, but it was a while ago.
Oh, wicked. Yeah, no, we don't have people that pump our gas. We had the gas station attendants are too busy being inside getting robbed.
Like I say, I don't think we've had like I think we've been self-service ever since certainly since I've been driving. I do remember when I was a kid, like a lot of service stations advertised themselves as self-service as if that was a new and exciting thing. Alright, box this lap, box this lap.
Copy that.
Guinea pigs have been triggered. Don't know if you can hear that, there's a lot of squeaking going on.
Damn it, I'm up on my fastest lap and I don't have the gas to complete it.
Yeah, no amount of fuel saving is going to work, mate. You've got 0.9 left.
Yeah, I'm currently 3/10 up on my best lap.
Oh no. Box, 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 box.
Copy that.
Don't forget the pit limiter, just as a friendly reminder.
Yep.
Another cracking stint. Nice one, dude.
Thank you. Whew. That's sweaty work.
It is, isn't it? I always know when it's getting a bit, because I wear glasses, I always know when it's getting a bit hot and sweaty. My glasses start to steam up. I've done my usual trick of forgetting to turn crew chief back on. Have to wait until the pit stop. It's not really quite so critical at this point in the race. It's a bit quieter. really need to write myself like a checklist that I stick on the side of my monitor that reminds me of all the things I need to do when I start a stint.
You're all good?
Yeah, I just missed my braking point a little bit. I know it wasn't quite as much grip as I was expecting, but that's alright.
Yep, cold tires.
It's nothing too exciting.
I was just letting you know you were clear.
Cool.
Back on track. Yeah, just it's cold tires. It's the cars, and there's a absolute ass ton of fuel in the car. So
yeah.
105 liters. That's insane.
She's a bit heavy. Oh dear, now it feels after all that passed right earlier.
It'll get there. She just needs to warm up, get the tires up to as soon as they're. I found that after like a couple laps, it's pretty switched on.
It definitely feels so much better than it did earlier with the lower track temps.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine.
It was really bad. And the thing was, I had an off, so I bumped the aero, and then so I had cold tyres, bent aero, and cold warm tyres. So it was just then it was just a recipe for disaster, and I just kept spinning off. And in the end, I was like 3 laps before the end of my stint. But I said to Liam, that's it. Like I'm just going to bring it in. The car's horrible to drive. It's all bent. I mean, we didn't get meatball, but it can't have been far off.
Yeah, mind this Audi. Alright, you're clear.
Yeah, you let me go.
The Mercedes ahead isn't much better, so. when you catch it, just be careful around it.
That's the corner I really hate in this car. That's the one that both me and Liam went off at. There's something about the weight transfer through there, and I don't like. Maybe my line's a bit squiffy, and I'm upsetting the balance of the car, but it always feels just really bad through there.
Yeah, it's a tough corner. I just think it's one that the car doesn't much care for, to be honest.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it hates it there. We're back in our usual P20.
Yep. 21st is literally right behind you. They've got their fast driver in now. Find that one. That was one of those. First half felt good, second half felt bad sunsets.
That was a very good first turn one. That felt awesome. I think Liam's done our best lap so far, the 2:02.22, which was an absolute flyer.
Mm-hmm.
That felt like quite a good lap, that one. We were talking earlier before you joined about what favourite corners in sim racing or motorsport in general. Do you have a favourite corner?
I like the Porsche curves at Le Mans.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Maggots and Beckett's obviously at Silverstone. That's amazing. That's an amazing sequence, especially in like a high downforce car where you're just throwing the car through the corners.
That came up earlier in two conversations. One, I said that as a great set of corners, but also that Silverstone's a bit of an overrated track.
Yeah, I can see that. I like it just because I think it's like, in my opinion, it's like the ideal track to like really figure out like how to become a better driver, because it's got a little bit of everything. It's got some tight corners, it's got some fast corners, it's got sequences like Maggots and Beckett's where you have to get the racing line correct in order to get good lap time out of it. In terms of racing, it's probably not the best, but I think it's great for sim racers to become better, like to hone their skills.
Nope, he's boxed.
I'm trying to think of some other corners and some other tracks that I enjoy. He's to your outside.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a bit of a lift.
Half clear. You're clear. All clear.
I was saying I really like the bus stop at Watkins Glen. I find that like really satisfying in something
Oh, yeah.
sort of medium downforce when you get that right and the car just like flicks over it. That's super satisfying.
Yeah, launching a stock car over the curbs at Watkins is hilarious. It's just this like lead sled just yeeting itself over the curbs. Watching the real cars go over it in slow motion is insane because they're like literally all four wheels are off the ground at one point.
I can't remember the name of the chicane at Knock Hill as you go over the hill. That's pretty.
Oh
mental.
yeah, that chicane is mental. Where the ideal racing line is to launch yourself into a suborbital trajectory.
Yeah, well, when I was doing the Porsche Cup training with the ART guys for that particular race, just be a bit careful. There's got P1 behind me.
Yep. I'd let him by on the straight down towards the hairpin. That's probably the best place to
that's what I'm gonna do.
let him go. That's pretty cool that the leader's in a Porsche.
Yeah.
You clear?
Don't hit us, we are dumb on the back of their car is hilarious.
That's great.
Yeah, so that's nearly as good as if it flies, it spies.
Yeah, birds aren't real.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was with the Porsche guys doing the Knock Hill training, and they were like, "Oh yeah, so the optimal line through this chicane is all four wheels off the ground, and then you don't get an off track." I was like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, if the wheels are touching the ground, no off track." I was like, "What?"
The absolute strats. The cut track system can't tell if you're cutting the track if you're not on the ground.
Yeah, well, basically, yeah. If you're not cutting the track if you're not on it.
That's some 4D chess right there.
Oh God, shouldn't read chat. But I mean, I just couldn't do what those guys are doing. Their pinpoint accuracy of hitting exactly the right point of the chicane, launching the car across the curbs and then landing it, and then not spearing off into the gravel trap at the other end, and to do that lap after lap after lap, was just mind-boggling.
In a rear-engined car.
Yeah.
To boot.
I went a bit deep then. I didn't feel like I'd break that late. Maybe I need to stand harder on the pedal. That corner always feels like it's got black ice on it.
Yeah, the tires really do tap out the last half of that corner.
Matt saying the back half of Nords is still his fave. Yeah, I like the yumpy section where you kind of dive between the apexes. That is very satisfying to get right. And I can't remember what it's called, but the jump into the right-hander, that is also very satisfying to like do the jump and then get on the brakes and then turn it into the right.
Is that Dottinga or
that's the long straight bit. I am really terrible with the corners at the Nordschleife. There's just too many of them.
Yeah, no, that's my problem with it, is that I get lost.
Yeah, I really like the wiggly bit after the straight bit. The what now? The wiggly bit after the straight bit.
Got like 127 corners. It's
Yeah.
like, nah, I'm coming from a stock car racing background. I'm used to 4.
So shift down too many. That corner's always a weird one as well.
Yeah, it's honestly it's this one that catches me out.
I really like that one.
Because the exit is wider than you think, but the apex is so sharp.
That felt like completely the wrong line through there. See what the lap time's like. Yeah. TC action there. That's traction control, not top cat for those people of a certain age. So in the Porsche Cup they say to keep this one shallow to then be able to full throttle through there and then bring it out wide and then back in again.
Yeah, I basically drive into that corner at an angle. I clip the apex on the inside curb and basically drive at an angle towards the outside of the corner. It for my personal driving style, it just helps me sort of square up the corner a little bit. But I think the real reason I can get away with it is because we're in an all GT3 split.
Yeah.
If there were prototypes, that would be a really problematic racing line to take.
That'd be a racing line into the bin. P4 behind me, better let him go in a minute. Oh, he's getting all flashy already.
Really? Is he actually flashing you?
He is flashing me, yeah.
What is this dude's major malfunction?
driving a Ferrari. He's just driving with Italian flair, right? He's like, oh, you know, I'm an Italian. I'm gonna flash on my headlights.
He's also got no hood on his car. So he's apparently run into something or someone.
So there's a big long straight for him to go past in a minute.
Yeah, I really don't get the impatience of some people. Like, who the fuck is he racing? He's P4. P3 is like 20 seconds up the road. Who's he racing? Good God, that Ferrari is a mess.
Yeah, I thought he was full of the flashes on the way into Sunset, and I was like, do you know what? you can have that, mate. I'm not fighting you for that whatsoever.
I don't get it. Watch him murder this BMW. He's going to. I can guarantee it. He's going to murder this BMW. The BMW got smart. Let him through.
Deep there. I did a U, Brandon. Then I was like very close to that wall. I was like, oh, that is. Yeah, there's kissing the apex, and there's going in for a full-on hug.
There's scraping it at the atomic level.
Yeah. Went deep, nearly got killed. And this guy behind us now, he's up to speed, is a bit faster after I passed him.
He's got a guy right behind him too, so that's probably why he's pushing.
He's not giving me the flashy lights yet.
Yeah, like I said, it's because he's got a car that's laps ahead of him. He was getting blue flags,
Ferrari's passed him.
so he was trying to stay out of the way of the Ferrari.
Oh, there's an apex in there somewhere. Oof, he had a look. I'm going to let him go on this straight line. Someone joining chat.
Hello, it's me.
Hello, you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You're doing wonderful job, chaps. Wonderful job. P19, very well. I just wanted to interject to say, Kate says Bounce from Neighbours is the best dog on TV.
Sorry, she said what?
Bouncer from Neighbours is the best dog.
Oh man, I'd forgotten all about Bouncer from Neighbours. That's a good shout.
Mm.
Of course, Brandon will have no idea what we're talking about.
I thought you were actually talking about like legit neighbors bantering with each other.
No, so we were talking about best dogs on television. And there was a TV show based in Australia, actually in Melbourne, funnily enough, where Em lives, called Neighbours. And there was a dog called Bouncer.
Ah.
But obviously we got Lassie and Littlest Hobo, which are both American shows, I think. And then obviously, and I said Brian from Family Guy, but Liam's not a fan of Family Guy.
I'm not a fan, no. Not a hater, but not a fan. Anyway, just wanted to interject with that very important point. Keep up the good work. I'll keep an eye on.
Well, you can tell her that was a very good shout.
She knows. She can hear you.
Excellent. To go. I have to be really careful because changing my black box between fueling and timing button is right next to my headlight flash button, and there's been the odd occasion where I've accidentally flashed someone because I'm trying to work out how much fuel I've got left. Potatoes are in the box. That sounds like some sort of spy password. The fox has left the hole. The potatoes are in the box. Matt D. Neighbours was not awful. It was a great television show. How very dare you? It brought us such great things as the pop sensation that is Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan.
Danny Minogue.
And Danny Minogue, yes, well done. Who else? The bloke called Paul, can't remember what his actual name was, he did some singing as well. Oh yeah, the guy who was Mike. I can't, not Craig McLaughlin. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was in. He's been in loads of Hollywood films. Oh, and who plays Harley Quinn? What's her name? Oh, I can't remember the actress's name now. She was in Neighbours. She was in Wolf of Wall Street as well. Oh God, someone in chat will know her name. Margot Robbie, there we go. Yes, Margot Robbie was in Neighbours.
I love the spotter saying that there was a slow car. I'm like, yeah, there is. He's going into the pits. He's got to be slow.
Yeah, if he goes fast, he gets shouted at by the steward. Bit over optimistic on the speed into that one.
Very easy to do.
I have Potato Nation in my sights. Whew, that was a bit hairy. Doing a bit of overtaking while being overtaken.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was like synchronized swimming at 150 miles an hour.
Yeah. I was like, oh, he's really not going to wait for us to finish our move. He's gonna join in. Yep, he's joining in.
Yeah. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that his teammates did not let him know that our battle was for position, and that he just saw names on his relative that were red and wasn't able to tell the difference. I don't know. I'm hoping that he's not so brain dead as to try and disrupt a battle for position. Anyway, 4 laps.
Thank you very much. Do you use race laps for your fuel calculator, or do you just use the...
I found a sim hub dash. There's a sim hub dashboard that is a fuel calculator, and it's got a bunch of different information displayed in it. It's got like time remaining in the race, track temperature, my average, the amount of fuel I had when I last crossed the finish line.
That sounds pretty
And
handy.
then a rough estimate of how much fuel to add. It starts off pretty rough. It gets progressively more refined as the laps wind down, because it's trying to calculate how much fuel I need based on where the leader is.
Yeah.
So sometimes sometimes it varies because the leader's at a point on the racetrack that's different from me, and it's like he hasn't crossed the line to start a new lap yet, and so the fuel calculator isn't exactly sure how much I need. But I think it gets it right most of the time.
So I use
To the point
caps,
where-
but
one
the
second,
fuel
it's
calculator on caps I can't work out. I've not really spent any time looking at it, but the few times
Mhm.
I've booted it up, I'm like, oh, that makes 0 sense to me, so I've just kind of given up on it. Actually, fun to be honest, the inbuilt iRacing one is pretty good,
Yes, it is.
but it's just annoying because it's on a black box, you have to flick around to find it.
Mm-hmm. And it's it doesn't update in real time. There's a slight delay to it.
Yeah.
And that could be an issue if you're really like close on fuel, because it updates every few tenths of a liter.
I was surprised that they added the auto fuel feature, to be honest.
Yes, that's pretty cool. I like that.
I thought there'd be more whinging about it on the forum, going, well, that's not very sim racing.
I mean, neither is if you're driving by yourself, having to set up your own pit stop.
This is true.
Do that.
Cool, thank you very much. I was nearly a little bit wide. I was like, oh, that felt like a good turn one. Oh, no, it didn't feel like a good turn one. Oh, no, it felt like a bad turn one.
Yeah, late in the stint, the exit of turn 1 feels really hairy to me. Whoops. Goodbye.
Was that Iron Dames? It's a very pink car.
The Audi decided that was the lap.
Yeah.
That was the lap the car was going to try and murder him.
Did you see the Iron Dames Porsche go off at the WEC 1000 at Sebring?
I didn't see it. I didn't see the incident, but I saw the aftermath.
It was pretty spectacular because as they went wide on, I can't remember which turn it is now. But as they went wide, it just absolutely clobbered the floor and just flicked the diffuser up about 30 foot in the air.
Yeah, I saw the aftermath where the car was missing like the complete diffuser, and like the rear bumper was like hanging on by like a single tether. And then I think it fell off at some point too.
Yeah. Someone else lost their bonnet as well. That was fairly spectacular.
Yeah, that's the problem with this area of Florida. It's mostly like this red dirt type sand that's very coarse.
Well, yeah, me and Liam were talking about it earlier. Like in real life, you could see them just digging divots into the outside of these corners with the sort of the red dirty sand stuff. And you know, within a couple of hours of the race, if you went off the edge of the curb, you're disappearing down a crevice of dirt. Like they dug massive holes in it.
Yeah.
Which, you know, from a point of view of discouraging people from abusing track limits, is ideal. Imagine if they did that with Formula 1 tracks. Like a Formula 1 car going down there, like, and the McLaren, oh, it's disappeared down a hole. Well, we'll have to go and dig him out.
Yeah, the teams would riot. You can't have our super expensive special cars get dinged up. Pave everything.
I really hate the tracks that are just a mass expanse of coloured tarmac. They really ruin the spectacle. Right, I am boxing. Yes, I am.
Yes.
Into the box.
I mean, you could carry on if you wanted to run out of gas, but that's up to you. I wouldn't recommend it from a strategy perspective.
I'm not keen, if I'm honest.
Alright, I mean, if you insist, we'll fill the car up.
Where's our little man? There he is. Right, now quickly stick crew chief on while I remember.
Radio check.
Potter, radio check.
Cool. Right.
The good news is that we caught Potato Nation on pace in that stint.
Oh, that is good news.
So you actually chased them down.
Pit exit's clear.
Alright. Good luck. Bang in another one. You clear all around?
There's an incident in Christensen. There's an incident in Zone 5.
I think he ran wide. I don't think he hit anything.
Oh, he was off somewhere.
I think maybe he did hit something.
The gap in front is now.
Maybe he did hit the wall.
Yeah,
Because that looked he was pulling over to tow. or he was just pulling over to get out of the way.
Yeah, one of the two.
Seems like he's still going, maybe? Yeah, I think he's still going, but he's slow. The number 3.
Right, what have we got? 8.5 seconds up to wheels for project. 4 wheels project, whatever they're called. Number of wheels project.
Oh yeah, that car does not look very happy. No, it is smooshed up on one side. Yeah, it does not want to turn. See what happened. Oh yeah, he caught the tire barrier pretty good. That will have bent the suspension. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky. He had it just about caught, to where he was just gonna lazily bounce off the tire barrier. And there's a portion of the tire bundle that's like there's some
just
tires.
poking out. Did he get the iRacing death grip?
No. There was just there's a portion of the tire barrier where there's like it's not uniform. There's like a stack, and then there's a gap, and then there's like a couple stacks, and then there's a gap. And he caught right in between, like a gap in a couple of the stacks, and it crunched in the right front pretty good. I think if it were like a uniform section, he probably would have just bounced off of it with just some minor damage and not bent suspension. But I think it tore the suspension pretty good. With the way he caught the tires. That's rough. I hate that for him because, like I said, he had done everything right. He had gotten the car woed up. It's just iRacing grass. He just skidded like he was on ice. That's probably going to be a lengthy stay in the pits.
There's a right little pack in front of us.
Yeah. Don't know what's going on there. I think someone may have gone off, and as a result, people are all stacked up trying to get around him. Uh-oh. That was a Ferrari spun at the entrance to the pit lane.
That is not where you want to spin.
No, not at all.
I think I just did our fastest lap of the race.
I believe you did, yes.
It's definitely getting much cooler. What are we at now? 28 degrees, yeah.
Yep, yeah, you just did the
painful.
fastest lap.
Ah! God damn it! That's exactly the same as I did last time. It's broke. It's dead. It's towing. God damn it!
Ah, bummer.
Come in for repairs. They've shown us the meatball flag.
Hey Stu. Ah! It's exactly the same as happened to me earlier. Just that That little frickin' bump. Yeah, it snapped the drive shaft.
New fastest lap for Phillips,
That is
2:00.7 seconds.
That is not our wall today. That's the third time we've hit that wall.
Oof.
There's just that little bit too much curb there on throttle, and it turns the car around, and you're just a passenger from that point. There's no saving it.
That's a new fastest lap for Connor, 2:00.5 seconds.
Oh, that's going to be a chunky repair, I think, as well, sadly. Six minutes required, 7 optional. Well, 7 required, 7 optional.
I mean, not terrible, all
No.
things considered. That was a pretty meaty whack into the tires.
It was, yeah.
Oh well.
What do you reckon then? Take the required and not and the optional, or just the requireds?
We probably better off taking all of it, just to be safe. Don't want to send you back out there
Yeah.
and have something in the optionals not get fixed right, like something that wasn't fixed in the required repair that makes the car sketch to drive.
Yeah, because that's the annoying thing when you tow. You don't know how it drives. Like, at least if you limp it back to the pits, you know that it drives okay.
Phillips, 2:00.5 seconds.
But yeah.
Well, and it's I don't know. I'm not versed enough in the how things get repaired. I'm pretty sure that like steering damage and stuff like that, all that's taken care of in the required repairs. But I at this point, it's better safe than sorry, because like I said, I don't want to send you back there and have a case where it's like the steering's bent and you have to limp the car around. Especially at a track like this where it gets really narrow in places, having a car that's crabbing is a recipe for disaster, and I don't want to get you caught up in something that would take you and somebody else out.
Yeah.
It's better to just fix it all and send you back out there.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use this opportunity to go and have a toilet break.
Yeah, no problem.
That's classic me, that is, though. Set fastest lap and then bin it. Right, 9 minutes to go. Yeah, Matt, it's an annoying corner. It's just that's 3 times we've been off there this race. So that's really frustrating. Hey ho. I guess at this point then the mission is to try and finish in the top 25.
New fastest lap for Connor 2:00.4.
At least try and finish in the top half. Although actually, I think that's going to be quite difficult. I think with another 8 minutes to go, 9 minutes to go, that's another 4.5 laps. That's going to put us 16 laps down. So going to be like 27th, 28th, going to be right at the back. Because I think there's only 32 cars left running, 31. Right, another 8 minutes. Oh yeah, the car in P4 is 24 is absolutely flying. They qualified like 14th. Oh no, TRH Motorsport's going to overtake us again. God damn it. My steering wheel is moving, so they're obviously working on the suspension or something. It just kind of occasionally rotates slightly. I definitely feel like when you're repairing this that iRacing should add some noise, like some windy guns going off and some stuff like that. It would make it a bit more interesting. Or the sound of a man hitting something with a hammer. The sound of duct tape being ripped off a roll. As they're frantically taping bits of bodywork back together. Just run 2 mins flat out from here on in. Alright, Matt, that's definitely happening, not.
New fastest lap for Phillips.
Do you have a thingamabob?
2:00.3.
That is the classic mechanics question. Not that thingamabob, that thingamabob. You know, the one with the end that goes a bit like that. I went to the Autosport show with my friend Simon earlier in the year, and he bought ratchet open-ended spanners. And they are an engineering feat. Like, you watch someone using it and you go, how can an open-ended spanner be ratcheted? And you see it working and your mind goes... I said flange, Greg, flange! Oh, Stu says there should be an animation of the mechanic's elbow smashing the hood. Yeah. 'If you want to look them up, Matt D, there is by Wearer, the tool, the open-ended ratchet spanners. I think there's like a couple of videos on YouTube, people using them. It is literal magic. Four minutes to go. Part of me is tempted just to go, sod it, let's go. So we come out in front of TRH Motorsports. But I won't. They're just going through sunset now. So we're going to be a lap and a bit down on them.
Still plenty of time for them to throw it into the wall.
That is true. Two minutes 50. The really cool thing with those open-ended ratchet spanners, Matt, is that you can also use them on the corners. They've got like little triangular cutout bits in the jaws, so that if you can't get on the head with the flats, you can get it to grip on the corners. I swear the people who work for that tool company are some sort of magic scientists. Two minutes to go.
The car behind is pitting. That's a new fastest lap for Connor, 2:00.3.
So, Matt, the other thing to look up is their ratchet hammer. They basically, I should get ready to go, but they basically do the ratchets for sockets, and then they do like a lifetime guarantee. And the only ones they were ever getting back requiring repair were the ratchets, and they'd clearly been used as a hammer. So they made a ratchet with a hammerhead on it and an uprated ratchet mechanism that withstands being bashed repeatedly into things. So therefore you can then officially use your ratchet as a hammer.
I mean, you could use a ratchet as a hammer normally.
Yeah, but they've put like proper hammerheads on either end, and you can get and it comes with soft caps that you can put on. It's
I think anything can be used as a hammer if you've got the determination.
This is true. People, any kind of inanimate object. Right, let's go.
Anything substantially solid can be used as a hammer at least once.
yeah, at least once. Yeah, the second time maybe not so much. Depends how smushed it is.
There's a car approaching. Don't cross the white line.
Alright, you got car on exit. You're clear.
00.2.
You got one more coming.
Left side. Clear
To your
left.
inside. Clear.
Yeah, I'll let them go.
Around. Yep. Good job. Alright. Tires are going to be cold because they're brand new. You'll probably have a lot more downforce than you're expecting because now the car's completely fixed. So,
Yeah.
a couple laps, get used to it. Get your groove back.
Staying the hell away from that curb.
Car left. Clear left. Clear left.
B26. Blue flag.
You good? All good, all good, all clear. Thank goodness everybody was paying attention.
Yeah.
Blue flag. Fastest lap for Phillips, 2:00.1 seconds.
Oh, why does it keep going round on me?
You got one more coming. Alright, you got space, you're clear.
Blue flag.
Tires are probably a little warm, so.
Left side. Clear left.
I think the guy in front might be from your neck of the woods.
Yeah, that is blindingly American.
Yeah.
That is uncomfortably American.
That'd be like me driving around with a massive picture of Winston Churchill on the front of the car.
New fastest lap for Phillips, 2:00.1.
Get my concentration head on a bit.
Sector 2 is 1.0 off the pace.
Next lap.
Now, the hairpin is a late apex, but maybe not quite that late.
Delivery just done 200.4.
That's a little bit uncomfortably close to the grass.
B26.
That time was too early an apex.
Well, now you just got to split the difference.
Well, he just vanished. He kind of got DQ'd because there's no DQ in these, is there? Must have just disconnected.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, must have been a DC, because I don't see a I don't see a black and white flag. You see a meatball, but I'm not sure. Let's see. They're already behind us anyway, so doesn't matter. By the way, only the top 3 are on the lead lap,
That is terrible.
and they're P2 and 3 are both in jeopardy of going a lap down. Because at last time through the timing beam, P3 was a minute 50 behind the leader. So they're about 10 seconds away from getting lapped.
If it goes this way, the lead car will be the only car on the lead lap. I'm not sure I've ever seen that in endurance. Well, maybe we have. I probably don't look that closely.
I've had it happen a couple times.
Sector 2 is 1.3 seconds off the pace.
Oh, Glyn, you're back. You had a terrible race. Well, I crashed into a wall while you were gone, so if that makes you feel any better. I was like, oh, I think I've braked too early. I'll lift off the brake a little bit. Oh no, I've lifted off too much. Now I'm going to brake too late.
200.2.
I'm assuming Gas Holes Racing have died because they're in the pits. And they have been there for some time.
Yeah, the front end of their car was a little smooshed up.
Well, the sun is starting to set, and iRacing is doing its weird colour-changing tarmac routine.
Is everything now slightly orange tinted?
It's going between pink and orange, and it's doing its classic, like, 1 minute it's grey, and then it will go ping, and it'll immediately change to pink, and then it will change back again, because it's not quite sure.
Oof.
It's not too bad on the screen. I imagine in VR it's quite horrific. Having recently got the VR headset for the PlayStation, I don't know how anyone does long endurance stints with a VR hat on. It's 25 minutes is enough for me. My head feels like it's going to melt with all that weight flapping about on it. It's very cool though. So the first time I tried the PlayStation one, I put it on, and I didn't have my sim rig set up particularly well, so I thought, oh, I'll just have a quick go on Gran Turismo on a controller while sat down. and that was interesting. It was about 3 corners around the Nordschleife, and I was like, whoa, I think I'm going to be sick.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's I think it's pretty much a universal thing that I've heard about VR is it's an acquired thing. You have to conquer your motion sickness in order
your
to,
legs.
because apparently it completely messes with your brain. Because it's like, wait a minute, you're not moving, but you are moving.
Just picking up another next
Okay,
casualty
Nick,
there.
we just cut the track.
All good, all good. You got plenty of room all around.
Yeah, it's weird. I've done a bit of racing sat in the seat now. And I'm kind of alright with it now. But if I do, there's a kayak thing, I try that and that makes me quite poorly after a little while.
Yeah, it's it takes getting used to. You just have to trick your brain into not being the weird lump of gray matter that it is.
Yeah. Easier said than done. Definitely get a bit sweaty, my glasses are steaming up.
Sector 2 is 0.8, off the pace. Keep it within the track limits.
Yeah, the grass is fine over there as well.
Nice Joker lap.
Yeah. That's what I just went in too quickly, you know. Like, oh, there's understeer. There's a lot of understeer there. Oh, I'm just going to understeer off now.
Yeah, that's the worst part, is when you pick up understeer mid-corner in turn 1, you're like, this is not going to end well. And there's like nothing you can do to stop it. It sucks.
Kind of the only thing you really do is just kind of prepare for like, right, oh, I know what I've got to do now. It's just like a nice balanced throttle, just run it across the grass and just nurse it back towards the grey bit again.
Yeah, that's the worst part, is that there's no saving it, so you have to like skip ahead. You're like, alright, I have to go to the next step. The next step is trying not to impale myself in the wall. Because we will be leaving the paved area.
Yeah.
The leader, Avila, is pitting.
Oh, thanks, Jim. Need to know that the leader was pitting. I mean, we're a little bit far back from him. Not, you know, full Porsche Cup race distance.
Alright, Nick, you've used half your fuel.
Sunset's definitely living up to its name now.
Blue flag. just done at 202.26.
I've got 10 laps to go, Brandon. 10 laps to go.
Copy that. I'll go run to the restroom right quick so I don't have to think about that while I'm in the middle of my stint.
That's a good idea. A bit hot and sweaty now. Big sunset vibes now.
That lap was at 202.84. Sector 2 is 1.2 seconds off the pace. That lap time was 2:02.13.
Ah, Richard, it is almost like Miami. It does feel very sunny American.
I'm back.
Hey.
I think it's too far away from Miami. It's in South Central Florida.
Yeah. It's a bit of the States I've never been to. Well, there's lots of bits of the States I've never been to be honest.
It's okay. You're not missing much by not going to Florida.
I've done Washington, New York, Boston, and Costa Mesa.
Yeah. People who make fun of, like, the English accent, if they're from the United States of America, they need to realize that the Boston accent exists, and it's even worse than an English accent by, like, leaps and bounds. So I can't stand accents of people from, like, the Massachusetts area. They are quite obnoxious. They all talk like JFK.
Right, word of warning. Sunset into the hairpin is pretty savage for spotting your breaker point at this point.
Mm-hmm. Good to know.
I've been to Vegas as well. Oh, that was a work trip. Many years ago. Is that P4 behind me?
Clear left.
Blue flag.
Go on, Mr.
Car
Cross,
left.
off you go.
There's a car leaving the pit lane.
Hold your line. Clear left.
Oh, the back end of that thing has seen better days.
Yeah, hasn't it just?
Sector 3 is 2.3 seconds. Blue flag.
Oh, glorious HDR. My eyes!
Sector 1 is 1.3 off the pace. Sector
5
3
laps.
is 0.6 off the pace. Of fuel remaining.
Whoa, my screen did a horrible jumpy laggy thing then. That was deeply
Yeah,
unpleasant.
mine did that a couple times when I was in the car. It was not fun, especially going into like a braking zone or having somebody like right around me.
Oh, Matt, you don't have to worry about headlights on in iRacing. They're automatic.
Yeah, they stay on. Which is good, honestly, because that's how they work in real life endurance racing.
Yeah.
You gotta have them on, even during the daytime.
Right, you know you've done turn 1 well when you nearly run into the rev limiter at the top of that bit.
I keep doing a double take at my black box because I have the fuel in liters, and it's got a capital L next to it, and it's right above the estimated laps remaining. And so I'll look, and it'll say like 15L when I'm like, oh, 15 laps remaining, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right, and I have to look again.
It's amazing. So you've got yours in litres, and I've got
Yes.
mine in gallons. We've got this the wrong way around.
Yeah, I have it in liters because the fuel calculator defaults to liters. The dashboard that I'm using defaults to liters, and I can't be asked to change it. I know I can. It's a couple of clicks. I just have been exceptionally lazy. I'm like, I'll just change it to metric. Plus, my the other teams I race with, they're all Europeans, and they all use metric units anyway, and they get mad at me when I don't use metric.
Like, damn you and your freedom units.
Yeah, they're like miles per hour. What the f is that?
And then, of course, being a Brit, we're just weird because we use miles per hour and litres just to really confuse everybody.
Yeah.
Sector 1 is 0.7
Woo!
off the pace.
Speed!
Sector 2 is 0.
That's the new
0.35
fastest lap.
off the pace. Sector 3 is 0.27 off the pace.
Now that all the fuel's gone, the car's like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, and the track surface is lovely and cool.
Yes, that too, but it's all the fuel's gone, so the car's like, now that I weigh half as much as I did at the start of the stint.
brakes there. This is not going to be a fast lap.
Okay, Nick. 5 minutes of fuel remaining.
You're just following the pattern.
Yeah.
You set the fastest lap of the race, and then you have a slow lap. So what you're doing is you're preparing the tires for another hot lap. That's what you're doing.
Morning, Jaddy. How you doing? Can't believe it. Such an international audience on my stream. Feel privileged. But I think I can mostly thank a certain young lady from Australia, due to many of you being waifs and strafes from her Discord. Have you had any good Twitter spats of anyone recently, Brandon? I quite enjoy your Twitter spats.
Yeah, all the time. 'Cause I can't stop. It's an addiction.
And like occasionally I like to fire out Twitter, go, what's going on Twitter? Oh, Brandon's having an argument with someone, brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I need to make another Twitter account just for my paint scheme stuff. Because I feel like a lot of people have followed me on Twitter and they're like, "Oh, cool! This is the guy that makes paint schemes for iRacing," and then they're like, "Wow, he's cringe as hell."
Who's he shouting at today? Oh,
Yeah.
it's another misogynist. Woo!
He yells at people on the internet. What a loser! All right, one more lap.
Cool, cool, cool. Let's take the long way around Sunset. Just check they've put all the correct bit markers around the outside there.
Now you're getting your money's worth.
We're running
Yeah.
on fumes, mate. Hit this lap, in this lap. That lap was
Like,
at
look, we put 103 liters
2:06.
of gas in the tank. I'm going to use all of it.
Like, yeah, I've paid for this circuit. I'm going to look at all of it.
Yeah, are you really getting your money's worth in iRacing if you're not
You've got one
running
lap.
wide and crashing into various pieces of the circuit? There's a lot of the track that you're not witnessing when you race.
Very little fuel left. In this lap, box this lap. That's half a gallon of fuel left.
All right, bring her in.
Yes, Chief.
Good work. Excellent recovery.
Watch your speed.
That second stint was really good.
Yeah, that felt good.
Miles per hour.
I know it's
100 meters.
I know it's tough coming back from
50 meters.
a moment like that, but you did really well.
There you go. Right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Richard, that's a good point. We do need our Amish friend in New Zealand to join in. And we'd be covering all the bases. He's not really Amish. He looks Amish.
Pit exit's clear. Push. Blue flag.
Chat says, go get him, Brandon.
Appreciate it.
Whew. Oh, I think that deserves
Blue flag.
a beverage.
The gap behind has now decreased to 9.3.
Phil, for the first time, my Fanatec wheelbase is legit hot. I've never known it to be hot before. It's pretty warm in here tonight. Matt, I've got a CSL DD or the
The car ahead's pitting.
DD Pro, whichever the PlayStation compatible one is, that's slightly rounded as opposed to the PC one that's slightly square. But yeah, same thing. But they're passive cooled. They're not fan cooled. So they've just got aluminium. The casing's aluminium, and it's finned, and that's supposed to be enough to cool them. And it's not, you know. It's hot, but it's not burn you hot. But I've never felt it that warm before. Yeah, I have got the 8 Newton meters PSU. Jaddy, no, we have not been shunted. We have been self-shunting. Through the S's, and I can never remember what they're called. They probably got a name. I'm always terrible with corner names. But the S's around the back part, I've come off twice, and Liam's come off once on the same corner, and just spat the car backwards into the wall. How long are the stints, and is it Brandon to the flag? No, so a stint is about 50 minutes plus a stop. So the plan is Brandon to do 2 stints, and then me to do whatever's left at the end, which will be probably... It might be a full stint. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, Jaddy, I had a good second stint. The first stint actually was pretty good as well, and then I started the second stint, and then that's when I binned it into the wall and got 15 minutes to repair. So I kind of did one stint, a mini stint where I crashed, and then another stint. Yeah, Matt, I rate the DD Pro as well, to be honest. I mean, with the 8 Newton meters on it, I don't think, I never feel like it's not powerful enough. It makes my arms hurt. And I got the McLaren GT3 wheel, which, because I've also got, I've not got on camera, but I've also got the Formula carbon wheel and the round BMW suede wheel. To be honest, since I've had the McLaren wheel, neither of those have been on the wheelbase whatsoever, and I keep thinking I should just sell them on Facebook because I just don't use them. Because the McLaren wheel's is as nice to use as the Formula wheel, but it's 320mm I think, so it's as big as the BMW wheel in circumference, even though it's a D shape. So it's nice and big. It's got more buttons than any of the others with the rotary dials and stuff. I can never run out of buttons. It's comfortable, I don't need to use gloves. It's got the clutch paddles on the back for looking left and right. I genuinely think, even though it's one of the cheapest Fanatec wheels, it's actually one of the best ones they do, even out of the podium stuff. And I got the metal quick release on it too, and says the plastic one's
11 seconds.
What do you use, Brandon?
Logitech G27,
Oh yeah.
a dinosaur by modern standards.
You're an original G though. an OG, as it were. They're good wheels they are.
Yeah, the problem is that my mindset has always been, oh, I'll just use this one until it breaks, and it never has.
No, it won't.
The only thing that
Yep.
I've had an issue with it is there's this little plastic gear that has slots in it, and that's there's a laser that shines through it, and that's how it knows how far the wheel has traveled in either direction.
Okay.
Because it's only got 900 degrees of rotation. And so it's got like a visual laser encoder thing to know how far it's traveled. Driving the 1987 stock cars with fairly high force feedback, I actually cracked the plastic encoder, and so it would be fine for short periods, but then it would slowly start to drift off center because it would lose track of where it is. And so I found a website that sells brass versions, like
okay.
CNC cut versions out of brass,
Cunningham.
and that's the only part on this wheel that I've ever had to replace.
That's the
Hey,
thing with
Antonio, I see why the front end of your car is gone now.
That's the thing with those Logitech wheels, is that they've been around for so long. There's such a great modding community out there for all of the bits for them.
I do use Fanatec CSL pedals though.
The elite ones, the black metal
Yes.
ones, yeah, they're the ones that I've got. I recently put in really hard polymers and a spring that Liam gave me. And now I've only got about 15 mil of travel in the pedal until it goes fully on,
Celsius.
and it's super stiff. And I've found that so much better because it feels more like an actual brake car pedal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a G29 before, and I actually managed to break that. I don't know how, but the plastic casing inside it that holds, it's not the motor. I think it's like the gear shaft and stuff. I can't try and remember because it was a while ago. But I literally had to take it apart.
Yeah.
It's like the big massive plastic hoop that's inside it. I had to take it apart and glue that and clamp it. I don't know quite how I broke that, but yeah.
The 29 and the 27 are basically the same wheel.
The gap behind is now 10 seconds.
Matt's got the Club Sport V3 pedals. Yeah, they're the ones that I quite fancy. But to be honest, it's just a vanity upgrade, if I'm honest. I think these will do me fine. What I quite want to do is look at some sort of mod for stiffening up the throttle pedal slightly, because I feel like that is a little too... It just feels a little too loose. And I sometimes think I'd be better at throttle modulation if it was a bit stiffer. But if I Google it, I'm sure there's someone who's developed some sort of spring kit that sits behind the pedal to make it a bit stiffer or something. Stuart says at least Brandon has a few more buttons than me.
And
Cries
Tony, I'm
in
not sure you
IndyCar
understand how blue
adjustments.
flags work in this car.
Yeah, I've got buttons. I hardly ever use them.
I've got a complete button box next to my wheel with 12 buttons on it. Never use it. It's good for resting a beer on. That's about it. Yeah, Matt, so I've still got the clutch pedal on mine. I can't actually remember the last time I used it. Because since the Mazda's gone sequential, like what, 4 seasons ago or something, I've pretty much stopped using the clutch pedal. So I kind of feel like I might get rid of it. But no, I've got the Fanatec 8 shifter as well. But all I ever do with that is take it off my rig to move it out of the way when I'm racing, and then put it back on my rig when I've tidied everything away. It's not even plugged in. That's a sad state of affairs, that is, that there's nothing that I fancy racing in iRacing anymore that's got a manual box. Oh Matt, you sound all pro with your settings for warm-up laps, traction control and ABS. And I just turn it on and send it. That's probably why I've like crashed repeatedly today. The only thing I do, Porsche Cup, I was about to show you, but then I just remembered I haven't got the camera on. On the McLaren wheel, there's some little toggle buttons that go up and down. On the on the left-hand one, I've got that set to brake bias, so I can move the brake bias backwards and forwards. Because on the Cup car, I find at the start of the race, I want to pull the brake bias back to stop the fronts locking up, and then as the race goes on, I tend to put it a couple of clicks back to the front again as the rears wear. That's pretty much the only in-race adjustments I ever make. So I guess some of the cars you can change the fuel map, can't you? But I've never tried doing it. And the traction control I leave well alone.
Yellow flag. There's an incident in turn 1. It looks like Nolte.
So you just parked at the side of the road?
He crashed.
Ah.
I saw him go off.
Oh, did he
I don't
crash? Did he crash in Sunset and then nurse it up to there and then stop?
No, he went. It snapped on him.
Oof.
It was a weird place for it to happen too. It kind of looked like a hardware failure. Unless he just like clipped the wall or something.
Yeah, Matt, definitely play the brake bias on the Porsche Cup. I don't know if you're doing fixed and open, but like if you find it's locking up, especially into like downhill corners, just a couple of clicks back, you can stand on the brakes a bit harder, and it doesn't lock the fronts up. Hey, looking good, Brandon. Lap times are spot on. There's nothing much exciting to tell you, I'm afraid. Car in front's a lap ahead. Car behind is 10 seconds behind you, doing exactly the same lap time. And the Freedom Flag Porsche is behind you. Are you using the fuel maps to save fuel? I think Most people seem to just lift and coast instead, or
I mean, it depends.
short shift.
In like an IndyCar, you can use fuel map and throttle trim to save fuel.
I can't remember who was saying it the other day. Is one of the streamers was saying that they always prefer to lift and coast because you're in control of when you're fuel saving. So if during the point of the lap you're kind of battling with someone, you can not fuel save, then you can fuel save a bit more further on. You haven't got to worry about constantly changing settings. You're just doing it with your feet.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also like for IndyCar, especially on ovals, they have a fuel map setting for running under the safety car.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't even thought about that. That's my lack of oval knowledge coming to the fore.
Blue flag.
Plus, then on ovals with the IndyCar, you have the weight jacker, which is an enigma. It's not really.
You and Stuart can nerd out about that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, it basically just it adjusts the suspension geometry of the right rear. I think it's the right rear.
Stuart says Fuel Map 8 is his least favourite. Right, 2.5 hours to go. Track temp 26.
On your right. Still there, clear right.
Incident in Sunset. We think it might be Payne. Blue flag.
What's he doing all the way out there?
I don't know.
There are a lot of cars in the pits.
Blue flag.
Liam's just said he's paid for the track, use all of it. You're late to the conversation there, Liam. I did a bit of track inspection earlier after a bit of understeering on T1. I checked all of the grass on the run down to T2. Yeah, Liam, the grass was very satisfactory. I liked the consistency, particularly nice colour green. It's good. Yeah, Matt, the Porsche cut braking it's just muscle memory. Like you kind of, after a while, you get a feel for how hard you can stand on it to bring it up to like 80-85%, which is what you need most of the time. There's quite a. I can share some screenshots with you of like the telemetry overlays, and you can see like the pros how they kind of ramp up the brake pressure and then maintain it at threshold and then bleed it off, and it's quite interesting. You can see like they really don't stamp on it. They kind of they bring it on really quickly, but in a quite a smooth fashion.
Sector 3 is 0.9 off the pace. The car behind's pitting now.
Brake with your ears. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of braking with your ears in the Porsche Cup. The other thing with it likes a bit of trail brake. but because it's rear-engined and it's got no TC, it really likes being well set up on entry, so that you can go wide open throttle before the apex and just drive it through the corner. Oh yeah, you've got VRS, yeah, that's what I do. So as I also subscribe to the Apex Racing, I get the VRS data packs and the Apex Racing ones, so I can compare it to both to see where I suck. Liam has also done some Porsche Cup racing. He's also joined me for some Apex Racing tuition once or twice in the summer. Yeah, yeah, Matt, mine says the same. Like, you open up and you're like, where am I slow? Oh, here, 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 here. Oh, everywhere. It's when you see one corner and you realise you're losing half a second in one corner. You're like, how is that even possible? P22 appears to be having a long pit stop. Brandon, I don't know if we'll catch them because we're a couple of laps down on them, but they're 4 minutes into some repairs. There's a few others that seem to be kicking about in there that have been for a while as well, so... Matt, the thing that the Apex guys said to me, and I don't have time to do it, so it's good advice, but I haven't had the time to really put it into practice. But they said to use the VRS data to basically start on turn 1 and kind of almost ignore the rest of the lap and just focus on lap after lap after lap of trying to get close to the data pack turn 1. And once you've done that, move on to turn 2. And once you've done that, move on to turn 3, and just work your way around the lap, trying to get closer and closer to their time. And then once you've done that, is then try and link that up into a full lap. I don't have anywhere near the time to do anything like that. But I think that's the way to do it. Yeah, there is the reset thing in
You're second
iRacing.
off the pace
I've never
in
tried
sector
it.
2.
Have you tried it, Brandon? The sort of the practice.
I have not.
Thing?
I have not, but I was going to recommend that actually. I was going to say there's also the active reset that allows you to do that.
Active reset. Yeah. Yeah, I've not tried that at all. Think about it, I should definitely try that, because there's like, when I look at the VRS data and stuff, I can see there's always at least sort of 2 corners that I'm considerably worse at than the others, and then it would be good just to focus on those corners for practice.
Sector 3 is 0.9 off the pace.
That was a 2027. Man's on fire.
Alexander, go right, I'll give it to you.
Oh, we got to that time of night where the glorious neon palm trees are out. I hear engines going pop. I hope not, Stuart. To make endurance racing really accurate, iRacing need to introduce barbecue smoke. As you go down the pit straight, there needs to be like a waft of barbecue smoke that comes across start-finish straight. And flares when you're in the Verstappen server, yeah. I think Em was in a race with Verstappen the other day. One of the Verstappens, either Jos or Max. I might have been your race, Stuart. Right, you watching stream and racing at the same time? I can't do that. The combination of engine noises totally confuses my brain.
Your lap time was at 2:03.08.
Just say Sham on the back of their car.
Yes, that's the name of their team.
Oh, that makes sense.
Also, they have a Papega on it too.
Sometimes I think we should just have ours as a pinata livery. Matt says +1 for Viva Pinata livery.
Yeah.
This is probably a very British thing. But when I put Bjorn on the back of the car, I did think of like a Hofmeister sponsorship, because in the UK Hofmeister is a German beer. It used to be advertised with the slogan "Follow the bear," because their logo is a bear. Fun fact: Hofmeister is the first drink I ever got drunk on, and I can't even smell it. 14-year-old Nick got very drunk on some Hofmeister at a friend's house because his parents had it left over from a party, and just I can still smell it to this day. And it was like 30 years ago, and it makes me feel a bit queasy. But yeah, it was a very famous advertising campaign in the UK called Follow the Bear, and there's always a guy in a bear costume in the adverts with beer. That was a very weird advertising campaign.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't even think about what the name of the beer is anymore. But there's a similar one in the States where instead of a bear, it was a penguin, and the slogan was "Follow the penguin."
Oh, amazing!
And it was like a CGI penguin that would appear in the commercials, and he would just like show up like in the back of a dude's back seat of a dude's car or something, and the penguin would just be sitting there, and there would be like silence, and the penguin would go doobie 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 doo.
The leader, Amila, has been...
And that was it. And it was like Follow the Penguin. It was weird advertising. The 90s were weird.
The 90s were weird. Matt says Australia has Bundaberg rum, and that has a polar bear. Don't ask. I mean...
Yeah, I'm a little confused, because Brandenburg sounds German, but a polar bear?
Yeah, right. Yeah, polar bear, those famous rum drinkers. Stuart says, try to explain you've been tangoed to Brandon. Oh man, yeah. That was a weird advertisement. So Tango isn't... oh yeah, no, it still is. An orange flavoured fizzy drink in the UK, made by the Coca-Cola company. And, oh man, in the 90s, the advertising campaign was a small bald man painted orange, because orange drink, who would run around in a fast-forward style fashion, and then smack you on the head on each ear, like basically clap your head on each ear, to make your ears ring and go, "You've been tangoed." As if, I guess the thing was like when you drink the drink, it's so refreshing, it feels like someone smacked you around the head. But all it resulted in was loads of school kids going around smacking each other on the ears, and it actually resulted in kids getting perforated eardrums, and it was in the newspapers and everything. It was strange. You guys had Sonny D and people being dyed orange. We had children literally assaulting each other in the playground.
Speaking of Sunny D, they are coming out with a vodka.
No.
Yes.
Are they calling it, please tell me they're calling it Sunny V.
I don't know. I don't know what they're calling it. I just read on the internet. I saw a headline that said Sunny D's coming out with a vodka, and I was like, it makes sense because everybody that grew up drinking Sunny D as a kid is now old enough to drink, and has been old enough to drink for some time. So I was like, Sunny D's all grown up.
Oh, they should definitely call it Sunny V. That'd be amazing.
What they need to do is they need to get the kids from the old commercials, now that they're all grown ups, to come back.
Just middle-aged middle managers in offices, depressed and drinking vodka.
Yeah. Suburban moms and shit. Well, I hope I'm not annoying this Ferrari, but he's been a very fun rabbit to chase.
Oh, Liam says go get those imposters. They are P22 TRH Motorsport with their incorrectly ordered initials.
There's a car leaving the pits.
Congratulations, you are P23.
Hell yeah.
Matt D says Australia has some very, very strange adverts. So we had strange adverts about Australians. So we used to get the Castlemaine 4X advert, and the adverts are basically the tagline was Australians wouldn't give a Castlemaine 4X for anything else, basically implying that the 4X was the word fuck. So the advert's basically Australians wouldn't give a fuck about anything else, which was a very strange advertising campaign. But clearly playing on the fact that Australians do like to swear a bit. And then we had the Foster's adverts that were all done by I can't remember the guy's name who played Crocodile Dundee. Oh yeah,
Foster's. It's Australian for piss.
Oh mate, yeah, Foster's is like the beer that everyone in the UK drinks when they're underage, because it's cheap.
Sector 2 is 0.7.
And it sounds vaguely exotic, and then as soon as you're old enough to drink, you go, why the hell am I drinking this crap? And move on to something more respectable. Paul Hogan, that's it, Stu. Yeah. I love the Crocodile Dundee D films. I might actually have to watch one of those tomorrow. I feel like that might be my Sunday afternoon movie. Like the Crocodile Dundee films and the Naked Gun films were kind of about the same time. Both amazing.
B23. That's good consistency, keep it up.
You call that a knife? Really hope there are no Australians watching. Matt D, are you an Australian living in the States? We do get a VB over here, but not on tap. You kind of see it in bottles in places that sell exotic beers. Yeah, I know, it's funny now, but since the craft beer revolution, you don't really see it so much. But before there's craft beers everywhere, you used to go to like the foreign beer section, and there'd be like proper Budvar and VB and yeah, a few others.
Red Stripe is beer. Hooray! Beer.
Oh yeah, Red Stripe. I used to go to a nightclub that literally only sold Red Stripe in cans, and they give you a plastic cup if you wanted to drink it out of a cup.
I love their commercials. Is beer, hooray, beer.
Matt was born in the UK, moved to Oz when he was teeny, and then been in the USA for the last 10 years.
Jesus.
So yeah, you're doing like a tour of the English-speaking nations. You need to do,
The former colonies.
yeah, you need to do a bit of time in Canada next. It's about time you went to Canada.
Well, they're still part of the Commonwealth.
They are, yeah. You can hang out in India for a bit. They use English as their language to cross their tribal language barriers. I've worked in India a couple of times. It's always nice out there that they all speak English. It makes my life easier. Where else have you got that speaks a lot of English? That's about it, really. Well, New Zealand. You got to spend a bit of time in New Zealand. Canada is awesome indeed, Matt. My brother lived in Canada for a year, and I went out and stayed with him for a bit, and it's very cool. He lived in Vancouver and Whistler for a bit. Stu sounds like a club, yeah. I do like a good sticky club, Stuart, where you kind of... The club that I used to drink Red Stripe in, it was famous in Reading, where kind of near where I live. It was called the After Dark, and the walls used to sweat. It's a class establishment, and it was locally referred to as the After Dark Ooze. You just wouldn't lean against the walls, otherwise you'd end up kind of glued to them. And it was like a proper mad nightclub with loads of stuff going off, like, you know, different types of music and a big dance floor and stuff. And you go to the back bar, and there'd always be a couple of old geezers playing dominoes. Just sat on a table, a couple of cans of beer, playing dominoes, as if they were in some sort of pub bar in the Caribbean, and not in a nightclub in the middle of rainy Britain. When the club starts raining on you at 3 AM, yeah, that is always weird. That's the other thing at festivals. Big tents at festivals, like, how's it raining inside? And you're, oh yeah, that's just everybody else's sweat dripping back on me. Nice. Raves used to be like that too. Yeah, I used to. So most of
Sector
the,
3 is.
I don't know how old you are, Matt,
off
but
the
I used to go
base.
to a few of the raves in like the early 90s, early to mid 90s, and most of them in warehouses. They weren't too sweaty. Either that or they're in woodlands, and they're definitely not sweaty when you're in woodlands. But you would get chased by the police, so it's kind of yin and yang. Think about it, I'd rather get rained on by other people's sweat than be chased by the police, if I'm honest. Stuart, how was your day? You were Transformers thing, right? Was it good? Yeah, Matt. When I was in my early teens, there was a whole, I can't remember the name of what it was. There was a bill that was put through to stop free parties and big sound systems outside and stuff in the UK, and there was loads of not riots as such, but there was a lot of confrontation with the police between people with big sound systems having a rave outside and having a good time, and the police not liking it. And yeah, on reflection, you know, we were noisy and a bit messy, so I can kind of see the point. Good times though. Ah, sounds like a good day, Stuart. Was that the first time you guys all met up since COVID? I realised I went into town. When Thursday night, and I realised that was the first time I'd been inside the shopping centre in Basingstoke since COVID.
Sector 1 is 1.4
Which is
off
like
the
ridiculous.
pace. Sector 2 is 0.33 off the pace. Sector 3 is 0.7 off the pace.
Sorry, Brendan, I'm being a really rubbish teammate. Your laps are amazing. You're doing really well, and
There hadn't been a whole lot to report. I've just been following the same Ferrari the whole time.
keep doing good stuff. How many laps have you got to go? 9 to go.
9. Yeah. 9.
Normally convention in July, but been absent since COVID. Yeah, I'm quite lucky being into cars. Obviously, car meets are generally outside. So once the worst of COVID was over, a lot of the car park, like the car meets and stuff, came back quite quickly.
Sector 2 is 0.8.
Keep needing to go to a slot car meet to go and have a nosy at some slot cars because they've all started back up again. But I'll get in trouble with Mrs. Horn for spending money on more slot cars. So at this time I realised not buying myself a packet of biscuits was a mistake. Got a real hankering for some cookies. Matt, yeah, Skeletrix slot cars. I've got about 100, maybe not quite that many. Maybe like 80 slot cars. And a whole load of track and stuff, all Skeletrix ones, mostly minis, shock horror, and basically my collection of slot cars consists of 3 categories: minis, both modern and old, GT3 cars, and Group B rally cars. Most of them never run, they like to just sit in their box. To be fair, currently in a storage unit the other side of town from where I live, because we ran out of space, so they've been sent to storage. In fact, I've only got one in the flat, which is the club car that arrived the other week, which is a Ford Capri. Which is not the Capri that you get, Brandon. We got a different Capri back in the day. Although you probably know the European Capri because it was the Zaxpeed one that was raced in various championships. So if you like slot cars, Matt, you should talk to Shape and M's Discord as well, because he's a big slot car nerd. He had a permanent setup in his house for a while.
Oh, I thought he was pitting. I went wide because I thought he was pitting.
No, he was just taking a tight inside line. Yeah, I know the feeling, Matt. I collect too many things as well. The slot car stuff all stems from I did have one as a kid, but it wasn't Skeletrix. It was Tyco, which is like a much smaller scale. I only had a couple, and I always wanted Skeletrix. And then I don't know, 10 years ago maybe, I was organising some fun and games for some late night office working stuff to try and cheer people up.
B23.
And I bought a cheap Skeletrix set off eBay, second hand, and set it up in the office. And rabbit hole entered. That was it. I was like, oh yeah, I always wanted this stuff, and then just the collection grew from there. Yeah, some of the cars are. The club cars are the ones that are worth the money because they only. If you join the club, you get a car a year, and they're limited in number to however many club members there are. And I got about 10 of those, maybe. They're worth a few quid. Question from chat, Brandon: are you getting your fuel save on behind the Ferrari?
Blue flag.
I should, but I'm not.
You're just having too much fun giving him the chases.
I just don't want to get in front of him because, like, now P7's right behind me, and I don't know if they're on the same lap, and if they are, I don't want to get in the middle of this. Plus, I'm also just not fast enough into places where I could pass him. So I'm really just riding behind him, just trying to pick away laps, because he makes for, like I said, he makes for a good rabbit to chase. Because we're about the same speed, so I'm just like wherever, as long as I'm within visual range of his bumper. Yeah, I'm getting out of the way. I'm pretty sure they're on the same lap.
That Mercedes has got some very colourful lights on it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's almost like a Christmas tree.
It's really funny. In the IMSA sprint race I ran last night, there was a gentleman. I believe he was driving a GT3, and he was getting pissy at the LMDHs for flashing him to let them know that they were behind him. He was like, "I can see you. You don't have to flash me." Blah blah blah. You know, he was just getting mad at him the whole time. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I honestly prefer it when they flash me because there are some GT cars in iRacing that run together that don't have the same colored headlights.
Yes.
I think it's the Lamborghini and the new Ferrari. I know the new Ferrari. The new Ferrari doesn't have yellow headlights. It has white headlights. And I think the Lamborghini might have white headlights too. And that's really confusing because the prototypes run white headlights. And so if you look in your rearview mirror and you see a pair of white headlights and you're not looking at your relative, you don't know what's behind you. So I prefer it when they flash because then I'm like, okay, it's a prototype.
Yeah, that's a good point. Never thought of that. I do love the light up kidneys on the LMDH.
I wish iRacing would tweak the model to allow you know how like the GT3 cars have LED strips that you can change the color of.
Yeah.
Oh, they should allow because I think this is what the BMW GTPs run. They have LEDs on the nostrils of the nose of the car. They have colored lighting on the nose.
Yeah, I think the iRacing ones are only white.
Yeah, and I'm like, they should allow us to change the color of them. Because that'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool. 4 to go. 4 to go.
Copy that.
Pit lane's actually empty for the first time all race, I think. It looks like we're down to 30 runners left. Is the Ferrari the only one with a lit interior? It's very weird. When I drove it at Bathurst in the dark, I thought this is strange having a lit interior.
I don't know. I can't remember. I think it does. I think it's got like those blue lights.
I think it's the only one. Must be for those really vain Ferrari drivers who want to be able to check themselves out in the mirror so they need an interior light on all the time. Check their aviators are correctly seated.
Sector 3 is 0.5
their
off
Rolex
the
is in the
base.
right part of their wrist.
Yeah, and their hair is perfectly coiffed.
Yeah. Matt says, yeah, I have mine set to purple. It's great. It's like driving a rave cave.
Yeah, I remember one year there was an Audi at the 24 Hours of Daytona that, like, during one of the nighttime stints, set its outboard LED lights, not the like headlights or taillights, but like the little
Like the tail light.
the cosmetic lights that they had. They set them to party mode. So you had this Audi going around the circuit at Daytona, and it was just constantly shifting colors.
Amazing.
It was so sick. I was like, yes, we need more of this.
I bet they got told off.
I'm sure they were like, they were probably like, hey, could you not? But it was so cool. I think that was the year where they had a red flag because of the torrential downpour that happened, and there was like standing water in turn 1.
Oh, that'd be mildly terrifying.
Yeah. Coming to a simulator soon. Near you.
Yeah. There's a circuit I do a lot of my track days at. And when it rains, there's down the back straight. There's 2 distinct bits where you get like a little river of water.
Sector 3 is
And you're doing about
9 off the pace.
I don't know, 100, 105 down that bit, and you just feel the car go, boop, just go light and lift as it aquaplanes over the one stream, and then it grips up, then it goes, boop, and just aquaplanes over the next stream, and then it grips up, and then you brake and turn in. And it's pretty sketchy. Keeps you awake. That's a good point, Matt. Like they could use like glow-in-the-dark liveries that are charged with UV lights on the straights. I suspect there's some stuff in the rules about lighting up liveries that like the only lights that should be on the car should be directional, indicating driver / team and number. Because you can get that like electroluminescent plastic stuff now where you just run a charge that it lights up. So and you could do that in like a thin wrap. So technically you could wrap the car in electroluminescent stuff and then just like plug it into 12 volts and the whole car just light up. That'd be amazing. Would aid spectators, yeah. The worst race for watching night racing, the two worst are Le Mans and N24, because the tracks are so long they don't have any cameras really suitable for night work. You only really get footage on the start-finish straight.
And then it's just headlights. That's all you can see at night.
Yeah.
Just pure light.
So I've done a bit of IRL racing at night, like real life, in an MX-5, and it's mad because no one dips their lights. So you actually have to put tint film on the mirrors so that you're not blinded during the night sessions. Otherwise, it's just like the piercing light off the mirrors directly into your eyeballs is agony. But where you have certain bits of the circuit lit and certain bits that are not, like you're kind of driving around and you see lights in your mirrors and you're trying to work out if they're lights in the other bit of the circuit or if they're lights in the car behind you. And when you get a load of lights behind you, they're already bright. You're trying to work out from the mirrors how close they are, like whereabouts they are behind you. Because like club racing in MX-5s, no one's got pit to car radio, so you've got no one in your ear telling you what's going on. You've literally just got to guess. It's terrifying. It was also raining, and it was 2 degrees, and the car didn't have a roof. And on the top part of the circuit, this is Anglesey, which is on a cliff top in Wales. On the top part of the circuit, the sea spray was blowing over the cliff, and
Oh no!
then blowing the sea spray onto the inside of the windscreen, which in harnesses you can't reach the inside of the windscreen, and you don't have an inside wiper, so you just have to put up with it. That was my first ever circuit race. Nothing like throwing myself into the deep end.
For real.
Blue flag.
Oh crikey, I've done a really rubbish job. Good stint.
Engage the limiter. 100 metres.
It's okay.
50 metres.
My Australian crew had me covered.
Okay, good.
They're like, don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
That's a very good Australian accent. Oh, why did iRacing decide to make the pit crew guy Australian?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're an American company. You'd have thought they'd have chosen American, but
Maybe they had a guy on hand.
yeah, maybe.
Oh, that Audi's seen better days.
The audio programmer was probably Australian. Yeah, probably. Fuck you, Yanks. I'm putting Australian in this bit.
There's a car approaching. Stay in your lane. Blue flag.
I was chatting to one of the Apex Racing guys the other day, and he was saying he turns all the sound effects that aren't car related off because he finds them distracting. But I was saying I really like the weird pit chatter on the tannoy. And then when you're in Australia, you get all like the weird Australian animal noises. It must have been an Australian sound engineer because they really lean into the Australian animals at the Australian race circuit. You don't get it anywhere else. Oh no, I'm in Australia, I can hear a kookaburra.
Blue flag.
I'm going to have to ask on the iRacing forum now, it's going to bug me otherwise.
The gap behind is now 17 seconds.
I hope they've got some British programmers on their rain program because, you know, no one knows rain like us Brits. We complain about it all the time. We'd be the best at coding it. Well, with an hour and 45 to go, oh, that Audi's quite bent. We might just be able to do one more stop.
Yeah, we will. It might change by the end of the stint, but right now my fuel calculator is saying 71 liters.
Sector 1 is 1.4 off the pace.
On your left. Hold your line. Still there. Clear left. On your right.
Who's the Audi flashing
Blue
at?
flag.
Clear
Me,
right.
he was let me know I could go through.
Oh, okay.
I accidentally almost ran into him at the Le Mans curve. He went wide, and I got a really good run through the corner, and he came back out onto the track after running wide, and I was right there, and I had to dive down to the runoff area to avoid running into the back of him. So I think I spooked him,
Fair enough.
and I apologize for that. I think I'm faster than him anyway, though, so. He might be on old tires, though. At least older than me, because he passed me while I was coming out of the pits.
The gap behind is now 60 seconds.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go make a cup o' tea.
Okay.
Actually going to make a cup of coffee, but didn't sound as British.
incident in Le Mans. Looks like it's Seville. Yellow flag. Sector 3 is 0.5 off the pace. The guy behind's catching. The gap's now 15 seconds. He's faster than you into sunset. Sector 2 is 0.7 off the pace.
Looks like it's between us and Gas Holes Racing. Which is a great name. Probably sounds much better in an American accent. Because gas and ass will sound much closer than gas and arse.
Ah, crap. Well, that was exciting.
That was very impressive.
Blue flag.
Thank God iRacing doesn't have flat spots.
Tires are still hot.
Left side. Clear left. Car left.
Blue flag.
Still there. Clear left.
I don't know how much closer to the side I can get.
Blue flag.
Left side. Clear left.
You need to give back the time gained.
Oh, Brandon, you naughty boy. Give that time back to whoever it belongs to.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I wouldn't have cut the course if the Ferrari didn't try and kill me.
They need to change it one day. Like on April the 1st, they should change it so it says, "They say you tried to commit a murder."
The guy behind's reeling you in. The gap's now 3.8 seconds.
On your left. Clear
Okay,
left.
thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Blue flag.
Yeah, good man. Hey Glenn, welcome back to chat. You had a good race to your PC restarted. Yeah, that's never ideal.
Ouch. Come on, turn, you bastard.
I think it was a P Cup race that I was doing and my monitor turned off. But Liam was watching, so he kind of talked me to park it at the side of the road so I could get out of my seat, and basically the HDMI cable had fallen out the back of my monitor.
0.9 off the pace.
One thing real life race car drivers don't have to worry about their windshield turning off.
No. It's bloody terrifying though, because it's like you're suddenly blind and you're so in the zone for it to suddenly just go black. I was like, oh my god. Yes, Jaddy, Brandon is indeed sending it.
Yeah, well, I think the tires are still upset over.
Your big drifty boy moment.
Yeah, my Formula D moment in turn 1. So it's not happy at the moment.
You can't reverse entry a GT3 BMW into turn 1 at Sebring. Brandon Dollar, hold my beer.
Car right. Clear right.
Man, more power to him.
The gap behind is now 2.7 seconds. The car behind's pitting.
I gave him the inside and he took it. Yeah, I think the tires are finally happy again. I hear a lot less protesting from them, so.
That's good. I think P20 might have retired.
Oh,
But it says they're in the pit, but they're not shown on my track map as being in the pit lane. Oh no, there they are. They're so early in the pit lane. They're before the start-finish line.
I say the tires are happy and then I run wide.
Car right. Clear right.
Sector 3 is 0.7 off the pace. Blue flag. Sector 1 is 0.8 off the pace.
Oh, we just got just under an hour and a half to go.
It really doesn't feel like it's been a 12-hour race.
Doesn't it?
On your left. Hold your line, clear left.
Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace.
Yeah, I think Reflex Sim Racing Black have retired. They're currently P21.
Blue flag.
I think we're gonna need about 90 liters to the finish. Or actually, it's changed again. Hang on.
202.
I'll tell you in another lap. It honestly might just be worth filling it to the brim. I think we'll be bang on for another full stint at the end.
Have I got auto fuel on? What's that telling me? Auto fuel seems to just be adding full at the moment. If it's working how I think it's supposed to work. TRH Motorsports are in the pits. That means they're going to have to stop one more time. They're not going to be able to go from here to the flag.
No.
So that means we've got a stop in hand. They are 3 laps. Wait. They're 1 lap ahead of us. So we might be in a bit of a race with them towards the end.
Third place. Sectors 2 and 3 are 0.6 off the pace. You're a second off the pace in Sector 1.
That is P22.
behind is now 9.7 seconds. P22. The leader, Campbell, is pitting.
What, 14 laps to go.
Copy that.
Keep an eye on what's going on in the field. There's a bunch of people going in and out of the pits, but it looks like some scheduled stops. So P23 is on the road behind us, 10 seconds back. You are gapping them. That is excellent. And then TRH Motorsports are 1 minute and a bit in front of us, but I think we've got a stop in hand. So I think we could be on for a 21st as this pans out. I think that's our realistic goal right now.
That wouldn't be bad, all things considered.
No, it wouldn't, no. P20 are 3 laps in front of TRH Motorsport, so we will need someone else to have a whoopsie to get into the top 20.
Thank you.
The gap behind is now 11 seconds.
Looks like we've got 29 runners left.
times are improving. This is exactly what we need.
2021, nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think with the tires in the condition they're in after my spin, I think that's about as fast as it's going to get. It's complaining a lot going into turn 1. It's pretty okay everywhere else, but turn 1 it just doesn't like at the moment.
Hey Liam, oh yeah, that's the plan. I'm going to jump in. So Brandon's got another, I think, 12 laps to go, 13?
It's 12 laps.
12 laps to go, and then we should be good for a single stint to the end. So we think, doing some terrible mathematics.
No, we are, yeah.
No,
We're good.
Yeah, yeah. So we think we should be able to beat TRH Motorsports, who are one place in front of us, because we think they've got to stop twice or
Once more.
Oh, they've only
Or-
stopped once more. Yeah.
No, you're right. They might have to stop it. They might have to splash.
Yeah, no. So we think they might have to do a splash. So we might be on for 21st. Beating the imposters would be good. It would.
Sectors 1 and 2 are 1.1 off the pace. Sector 3 is 0.42 off the pace.
But yeah, Liam, there are 29. Looks like there's 29 runners left. Oh no, 30. I can see car 30 going on.
You're pulling away from the guy behind. The gap's now 18 seconds. Last lap was a 2:03.08. Second place. Sector 1 is 0.41 off the pace. 17 seconds.
Thank you.
Sector 1 is 0.5 off the pace. Sector 2 is 0.8 off the pace. Sector 3 is 0.7 off the pace.
Well, you're reeling in P21 about a second a lap, which means that all things being equal, if we keep up that sort of pace, we'll be on there booted for the finish.
Nice.
I'll try to work out whereabouts they are on track. I think they might be in a bit of traffic, but
You can double click on them on their
oh, I can.
name
Can't I?
in the entry list, and it'll show you where they are.
Just coming over the start-finish line. I think. Oh no, right.
Sector 3 is 1.8 off the pace.
Yeah, they're fighting with another BMW. They're just going through Le Mans now.
Okay.
Right, 7 laps to go.
The gap behind is now 15 seconds. just done a 203.00.
Auto fuel's telling us to add 25 gallons.
Whoops.
You've just done a 202.89. Sector 1 is 0.41 off the pace. The gap behind is now 14 seconds.
Right, be right back. Just going to nick to the gents before my stint.
Okay.
Good save. I'm gonna need new pants, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that took a lot of commitment, man. That work.
Have you got the voice chat turned on?
Yes.
There was just some chatter about pants then. Made me chuckle.
Yes.
Sector 1 is 0.9 off the pace. Sector 2 is 0.7 off the
Four to
pace.
go.
Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace. The gap behind is now 14 seconds.
Three to go.
Your last lap time was 2:02.36. Sector 3 is 0.8 off the pace.
Yeah, also fuel reckoned pretty much a full tank. It's same 0.2 of a gallon off a full tank. Which means if I go a bit trigger happy on my driving, I might have to lift and coast a bit. 2 to go.
The car behind is reeling you in. The gap is now 12 seconds.
So box this lap.
Copy that. You're still listed as toggled on crew chief.
Oh, am I?
Black box, yeah.
I am.
I don't know if it'll let you get. Okay. I was just making sure because I don't know if it'll let you get in the car while that's still checked.
Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace.
I will try to bring it home, Glenn. That is the plan. Right, box, 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 box.
Watch your speed limit in the pits. Activate limiter.
Cracking job, dude. Cracking job.
100 metres.
Phew, thank you.
50 metres.
That's a workout. I am winded after that. Phew. Alright, good luck.
Cheers, dude.
I'll watch for a couple laps and make sure everything's okay, then I'm gonna go grab dinner. You're clear all around, you clear to rejoin.
Cheers.
Got a couple lap cars coming up behind you. They'll be up to speed, so I wouldn't worry about them getting around you. Remember, cold tires and all that. Car's gonna feel sluggish.
Yeah.
On your left. Clear left. Car left. Hold your line. Clear left. Car left. Clear left.
You good? Good all around. Got plenty of space to work
Cheers.
with.
Lovely. What are you having for dinner?
Steak and potatoes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Blue flag. Blue flag.
Right side. Still there. Hold your line.
You got one more outside,
Hold your
still
line.
there.
Clear right.
Still
clear
outside.
right. Hold your line. Clear right.
P23.
Left side. Clear left. Left side. Still there.
He's to your inside.
Yeah.
Clear left.
You're clear.
Blue flag.
Left side. Hold your line. Still there. Clear left.
Good work.
Blue flag.
Car left. Still there. Clear left.
Blue flag.
Right side. Clear right.
Blue flag.
That was a right old gaggle of cars for a bit there.
Yeah. Sent you back out in the middle of rush hour.
Yeah.
Alright, keep her steady. I'll be right back.
Cool. Enjoy your dinner.
Appreciate it.
Left side, clear left.
Remember to press my scene button.
Okay, Nick, there's a car exiting the pits, heads up. The gap behind has now decreased to 19 seconds. He's faster than you entering the hairpin.
Okay. So, 41 minutes to go. I'll try and stay in the top 25.
We've had a cut warning. Keep it tidy, please, Nick. That's a new fastest lap for Phillips, 1:59.75. The gap behind is now 17 seconds. 23rd place. behind's pitting now.
Okay, that is good news. That is very good news. So pressure's off a bit from behind. So 1 minute 17 to the car in front of us. Right, we think they got a stop. That wasn't a great corner. Oh no, P3's towing? That is going at this point in time.
There's an incident in the hairpin. It looks like Nolte. You're a second down in sector 3. Behind is pitting. Sector 2 is 1.1 seconds off the pace.
I am back.
Hello. Not much has changed.
Incident in the hairpin. It looks like it's Avila.
On your left. Hold your line.
Blue flag.
Clear left.
The car ahead's pitting.
Ah.
We just cut the track.
How did you cut that? You didn't cut that corner. You screwed up.
Yeah.
My
That was too shallow angle. Hey ho.
flag. Sector 1 is 1.7 off the pace.
On your left. Clear left.
Oh, he's going in the pits anyway. Oh, he really did not want me on his inside then.
You got a car leaving the pits, it'll be to your outside, you passed.
Blue flag.
Cheers. Yeah, Jim was pretty rubbish telling me that was coming.
It's an awkward pit exit, so I don't blame him.
I can hear the brakes of the car behind me.
The car ahead's pitting now.
That is not what I wanted to do that when the car we're racing is in the pit lane.
Blue flag.
Still there. Clear right.
The leader's just done a 159.85.
Well, hopefully he gets on his horse and goes. You know?
Yeah. I think I'm going to be hard pushed to make up 26 seconds in however many minutes you've got left.
23 minutes. Yeah, probably not. But who knows? You know, who knows? They could stuff it or go off track or something and end up in a bad way. Basically, just keep doing what you're doing, and whatever happens, happens. we should already be immensely proud of
The leader of your lap is
the position we're in, considering what has transpired in this race.
Yeah, that is true.
Because it sucks to have problems, especially when when you had near identical problems a handful of stints apart.
Yeah.
And it can be quite demoralizing to have that happen. But
You've just done a
both you and
22.08.
Liam put in mega stints
Okay.
around those incidents.
Keep
So
up.
that's something to be proud of.
Woohoo! 201.
Nicely done.
That's 20 minutes to go. Sector 2 is 0.7 off the pace.
Bit wide there.
Car left, clear left.
Kind of in our little own space here, really. It's 30 seconds up the road to P22, but they are pretty rapid. Trigger finger, itchy trigger finger then, went up 2 gears to the 1.
Alright Nick, 15 minutes left, that's 15 minutes.
So Brandon, the big question, steak, plain or with some kind of sauce? Oh, he's so busy eating it he can't talk.
That lap was at 2:03.42.
Yeah, we're not catching P22. They are romping off. Well, they're not romping off. They are driving away a little bit.
Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace.
I don't think I'm going to catch anyone, sadly, Matt. especially if I do that. Well, I've just done a 2:16, but they're... Well, maybe. That is definitely not the line through there, that was terrible.
Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. Okay, Nick, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left. Relax, focus, keep it smooth. That lap time was 2:02.63. Blue flag.
Right, 10 minutes, well, 9 minutes to go. I'm terrible through that hairpin. Right, who's behind me? 26th and then P1. Probably want to let P1 through. Well, we get to chase the leader home for the last 7 minutes. So if we can kind of keep pace with the leader-ish.
On your left. Clear left.
If we get to keep pace with the leader-ish, we'll get to enjoy the fireworks at the end. And you know, everyone loves fireworks. I don't know why he's racing the leader either, Matt. I guess just for the bragging rights or something, who knows.
There's a car rejoining.
Oh, there's flashing, there's blinking, there's all sorts going on up here.
Okay, Nick. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes left. Keep it nice and smooth. Come on, let the race come to us. Sector 1 is 0.6 off the pace.
Let the race come to us, Jim. Where have you been for the last 11 hours and 55 minutes? Down the pub? Yeah, Matt, we're only going to get 22nd if any of them have cocked up their fuel calculations and have to pit before the end.
That was a 202.46. Got 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
Probably less than nice 11s on the way out of there.
2 minutes to go, 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, Liam. It is genuinely mid-tier. Oh, another 201.
One more to go. That was a 201.41. That's your best lap in the session.
Last lap. Where's P1? How far up the road is he? He's a little way up the road, but I reckon we're gonna get to see the fireworks. P1's just going into Sunset Bend now. Prepare the fireworks. Well, why didn't we get the fireworks? Oh, we did. We can't see them.
P23. There we go. It's over. Bring it back round.
Oh, there we go. The auto calculator's a bit rubbish. Because it's supposed to calculate to the end plus 1 lap, and we've got 3 laps remaining. Is everyone finished? Can I do some donuts? Without affecting my I rate, without affecting my safety rating. Surely everyone's finished. There we go, little donut.
Look out for the pit speed limit. 100 metres. 50 metres.
Well, there we go. Oh, my butt hurts. Let's see if my crappy PC will at least save like some of the replay. Can we go from here to maybe here? Will it save that bit? Could not save replay. Yeah, what a surprise. Will it even save the last bit? Yeah. Hey ho. I really need to uninstall iRacing and reinstall it on my bigger drive. And that way I won't have this issue. Maybe that's a job for tomorrow. Race results are in. Wow, that's really bright after having looked at a black screen for ages. Whew. Right, let's have a look. What is the damage? Where are we? 23rd. So we didn't manage to beat TRH Motorsports. Disappointing. Oh, look at that. We gained a mighty 3 I rating. Oh, Liam, you are so close to 4.99 on your safety rating. 4.96. Literally a couple more laps and you would have done it. Bested again by the imposters, yeah. But, you know, safety rating and I rating gain. Not bad. Look at that. Brandon's right up there at 0.499. 4.99 even. Yet again, me with the too many incidents. Liam, statistically safest driver, yet again. As I said at the beginning. I might be the fastest driver, but I'm clearly the most reckless. How many incidents in total? 29? 28? 28? No. Yeah, 28. I mean, that's... We didn't get a drive-through, which makes a change. Did anyone get a drive-through? It's not a bad circuit for off-tracks, is it? I mean, it doesn't... they got a drive-through. Oh, no. Yeah, they would have got a drive-through. They got a drive-through. That's about it. And they're running up to P31. Did anyone not incident it? No, nowhere near. There's not even anyone in single figures, is there? Apart from these guys down here, but they don't count. Alright, that's pretty respectable, to be honest. I am well chuffed for that lap time, but to be fair, I did get the best conditions to set a lap in. What split are we in? Split 27 of 31. So have a look at the top split results. What sort of time? Oh no, that's going to be. I was going to say, holy moly! Then I just remember that's the V8 hybrids. So what's the winning? Who was in the Redline GT3? Oh, Vecchio's in it. What are they doing? 57.7. Jesus wept. Oh. Oh, was Verstappen racing in this one or not? Maybe not. So Apex won in the LMP2s. They'll be tough for that. 2 podiums. Gordy Much got a 3rd. And the other Apex car. In fact, they got 3 cars in the top 5. That's pretty good going in top split of LMP2. They've got to be happy with that. And then, how did they? Another Apex GT3 came 5th in class there. And Michael came 8th in class. Boy's done alright. Yeah, I mean, so like Johan, so he's down here, well, 8th in class in the GT3s, and then he's racing in Rennsport again on Monday. Was racing in Rennsport Friday. Boy's busy. Oh, this Apex card disconnected. Who was in this one? Williams Esports probably cheated. It's so professional in the top split, right? Until you get to Coffin Dancers powered by PSR. Amazing. Cheers, Matt. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. It's much appreciated. Thanks for tuning in. Whew. Yeah, I think I'm gonna log off, and I mean it's 1 a.m. so I'm probably gonna chill for half an hour, watch some YouTube, put my feet up, and then go and get some Z's. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I don't know. Well, for me next it's Tuesday night Porsche Cup Monza. Next group race I think is the is it the Road America 500 in the Group 2 cars? That thing that I said we'd probably do, which on reflection seems like madness, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, that's probably the next team race. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. It's been a great stream, loads of comments, loads of people watching. Loved it. Thank you very much. And yeah, catch you in the next one.